the alien beast woman is in heat, the only male in an alien land. Welcome to the world of science fiction. As you listen, allow your mind to unwind and relax, embracing the calmness that comes with each passing word. Let the universe of this tale take you away, helping you find tranquility. Drop a comment below letting us know where you're watching from today. And if you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe. Rogers was deep within the dense alien jungle when the atmosphere began to shift. The air grew thicker, laden with a strange blend of humidity and something more primal. This forest wasn't unfamiliar to change. Seasonal transformations were part of its nature. But something about this moment felt different. Though Rogers had explored many alien landscapes and recognized the usual warning signs, this place had an unusual energy, almost as if it were sentient. The trees towered above, their trunks massive and twisted, while vines curled in chaotic patterns. The foliage was a blend of bright greens and stark browns, and a low hum of unseen insects filled the air, their sound vibrating like a pulse beneath the layered noises of the wild. He adjusted his pack, pulling the strap tighter across his shoulder, then stepped forward, boots crunching softly against the forest floor. The very ground seemed alert to his presence. This wasn't an ordinary jungle. It was renowned throughout the galaxy for its distinct seasonal shifts, ones that could either nurture or end life for those who entered without preparation. But Rogers wasn't inexperienced. He had explored planets with much harsher conditions, and his calm approach in the face of unfamiliar wildlife and erratic environments had earned him a respected reputation. His mission was clear: gather samples of the local plant life and document the ecosystem's behavior. He wasn't seeking conflict, but the jungle often offered more than expected. As he pushed through the thick foliage, he began noticing signs: scent trails, broken branches, paw prints. None matched any species he could identify. They looked fresh, too fresh. A chill crept up his spine. Logic urged him to turn back, but curiosity won. Ending the mission early over a gut feeling wasn't an option. He paused, scanned the dense surroundings, and kept moving. Rogers had ventured far from his camp, and the unfamiliar terrain was starting to wear on him. He'd been following a trail of rare flowers native to the region, but they were becoming scarce. The air grew heavier, the shadows darker, and something flickered at the edge of his vision. He paused, sensing a shift in the environment. Then came the growl. It wasn't a sound he recognized, and it was far closer than he'd expected. A deep, rumbling vibration rose from the earth, crawling up his legs. His instincts kicked in, muscles tightening as he froze. The growl returned. Then the sound of something massive moving through the brush reached his ears. Whatever it was coming straight toward him. He reached for the blaster at his side, but knew better than to depend on it in a place like this. Here, creatures could be more dangerous than any weapon could handle. He adjusted his footing, ready to run if needed. Before he could act, a massive form emerged from the shadows. Its amber eyes glowed faintly. The creature stepped into the clearing, towering and heavily built, with dark, matted fur that looked almost too dense for its massive body. Its features struck a balance between beauty and menace. Huge, curved fangs jutted from its snout like tusks, and its claws looked capable of slicing through metal with ease. Its tail lashed behind it, casually knocking down trees as it approached. Roger stood frozen, locking eyes with the creature. For the first time since arriving, he felt genuine danger, but the beast didn't rush. It moved with intent, its gaze fixed on him. At first, he assumed it was a top predator, but as it came closer, something felt off. The creature seemed too calculated, too aware of its strength, and the way it looked at him, this wasn't just predatory instinct. It halted 10 feet away, eyes narrowing as it inhaled deeply. Rogers instinctively stepped back, mind racing to evaluate the threat. He wasn't panicked. He had faced worse, but there was a quiet tension in the air that couldn't be ignored. This wasn't a typical animal. This was something else entirely. It was smarter, far more capable than anything Rogers had come across on this planet. Then the creature spoke. Its voice was low and rough, echoing through the air like distant thunder. "You smell different." It sounded more like a growl than speech, but the message was unmistakable. Rogers blinked, unsure if he had understood correctly. Before he could respond, the creature stepped closer. Then again, its enormous frame nearly closing the space between them. Rogers remained steady, hand hovering near his weapon, but not drawing it. He had encountered sentient species before, and although this creature's presence was intimidating, it didn't appear hostile. "You're not like the others," it continued, now just a few feet away. "The others stay away, but you remain." Its amber eyes glinted, lips curling into what resembled a grin. It moved forward once more, its thick tail sweeping by, dangerously close to Rogers. He steadied his breath, thinking fast. The creature's scent was strong, musky raw, but oddly compelling. There was a pull to it he couldn't explain, an instinctive attraction he had been trained to ignore. This wasn't the time to rely on instinct. He needed to stay calm and think clearly. The creature tilted its head, its glowing eyes locked on him. "You will be mine," it said, voice low, nearly playful. Rogers felt the color drain from his face. Before he could respond, the creature advanced, quickly and silently, its steps light but deliberate. His heartbeat surged. The way it moved was controlled, yet predatory. Every step carried confidence and purpose. He reflexively stepped back, only to trip on a root and stumble. The creature watched him, its eyes narrowing slightly as though entertained. Still, it made no move to attack. Instead, it studied him, intently, as though making a decision. Rogers could feel its gaze like weight pressing down. This wasn't a simple animal. It was thinking, measuring, and it was in no hurry. The tension between them was unmistakable. Though it didn't act like a predator in the traditional sense, the threat was clear. Roger's thoughts kicked into overdrive. Whatever this was, it didn't fit the behavior of a typical hunter. Assuming otherwise would be a mistake. Even the jungle around them seemed to hold its breath. The usual chorus of insects and birds had quieted. Only the soft rustle of leaves and occasional distant sounds remained. He realized he was in a vulnerable spot. Still, his mind stayed sharp. Despite the adrenaline rushing through his body, he stayed focused, examining the creature closely. Its body was enormous, muscular and dense, radiating strength and energy. It looked like something out of mythology, not biology. Then it growled again, low and resonant, vibrating through the air. Rogers felt the tension in his chest build. This wasn't just another encounter. Something else was happening here. Something he didn't yet understand. The creature's next words stopped him cold. "I'm not here to kill you," it said, the deep voice vibrating in the space between them. "I'm here to claim you." There was no threat in its tone, but the meaning was unmistakable. Every instinct in Rogers told him to run, but something in the creature's presence kept him frozen. It felt like he was part of a test, like he was the one being observed. He didn't fully understand what it meant by claiming, but he knew one thing: escaping wouldn't be easy. The creature wasn't planning to let him go. The jungle seemed to close in with every second. Its scent, earthy and wild, wrapped around him, leaving his thoughts scattered. His body reacted involuntarily, drawn towards something primal. But he resisted, forcing himself to stay focused. "I don't know what you think you're doing, but I'm not interested in being claimed by anyone," Rogers said. His voice was steady, despite the pressure of the moment. He had faced worse and survived. He wasn't about to be intimidated now. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. This wasn't about his intent. It was about the creature's, and by the look in its eyes, it wasn't taking no for an answer. Its gaze intensified. For a moment, Rogers thought it would strike, but instead it stepped closer, lowering its head to his level. A deep growl rumbled from its chest. "You're the only male for miles," it said, voice still laced with an almost playful tone, but beneath it, a sharp urgency. "The others avoid me. They know what happens when I find someone like you." The implication hit him hard. He really was the only male around. His instinct screamed again, but he didn't move. He remained in place, trying to process the full meaning of her words. This creature, this beast woman, was in heat, and he was the focus. The realization struck him fully. Without even realizing it, he had walked into the middle of a high-stakes mating season. Now, it wasn't just about survival. This wasn't just about survival. It was about finding a way through this strange and unexpected encounter without falling into whatever trap the creature was setting. Rogers didn't know much about alien mating rituals, but he was fairly certain he didn't want to be involved in one, especially not with something that could easily overpower him. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why hadn't it attacked? It felt like it was watching him closely, testing him, studying how he might respond. The creature's lips curled into what might have passed for a smile, though it resembled more of a fawn-bearing snarl than anything friendly. "I don't want to hurt you," it said, voice low and oddly gentle compared to its fearsome appearance. But I'm not leaving without you. Rogers felt tension build in his stomach. The atmosphere seemed to thicken. He wasn't sure what the creature meant by leaving without you, but it definitely didn't sound like a request. It felt like an ultimatum, and that was a serious concern. His instincts were urging him to find a way out, to escape before things escalated. But with every small shift in his position, the creature seemed to draw nearer. Its amber eyes were fixed on him with a focus that felt nearly inescapable. He stepped back slightly, his fingers brushing the weapon at his side. He didn't want to use it, but he would if he had no other choice. His mind spun through his limited options. He could try to fight his way out, but that would be a losing battle. The creature was stronger, quicker, and clearly more suited to this environment than he was. No, his best chance was to speak, to reason, to show he wasn't a threat, and make it understand he wasn't interested in being anyone's mate. Even as the thought formed, he knew this situation wasn't going to be resolved easily. Not with Sheba so close, her attention locked onto him. This wasn't just about physical danger anymore. It was about what he was willing to resist, what instincts he could suppress, and how far he'd go before being forced to make an irreversible choice. The creature stood near, her gaze steady and intense. Rogers could feel her assessing him, evaluating him. Not like a predator, but like something with intent, something with a mind. Despite the danger, part of him couldn't help but study her in return. The way she moved was powerful, assured, and strangely elegant. This wasn't just a wild animal. The air hung thick with the scent of the jungle, mixed with something primal that clung to Sheba. Rogers took another cautious step back, heart pounding, but kept his composure. He wasn't going to let fear rule his actions. He'd faced dangerous situations before and always come through. But this time felt different. There was something about Sheba that made him wonder if he truly had control. Her eyes darkened unreadable. A sense of raw power seemed to radiate from her. But it wasn't just dominance. It was more nuanced. He noticed a subtle shift in her stance. Her muscles relaxed, only slightly, but it told him there was more to her than aggression. There was vulnerability too. It made him question whether this whole encounter was purely about instinct, or if something deeper was at play. "Do you really think you can just walk away from this?" she asked, voice rough but laced with something almost playful. "You think you can leave this jungle without facing what's coming for you?" Rogers didn't flinch. His mind was already analyzing her words, turning over scenarios, weighing each possible response. He wasn't sure how far he could push without tipping the balance. Sheba's presence was intense, and even with his calm exterior, he felt the pressure building. He shifted from defensive thinking to strategy. He wasn't going to fight unless forced. He had to reason with her. "I'm not interested in your ritual," Rogers said firmly, keeping his tone even. "I'm not here for whatever role you think I'm meant to play. I'm just here to do my job. That's it. I'm not part of any game." Sheba's eyes narrowed, her jaw tightening. For a moment, silence fell between them, an unspoken exchange of will. She seemed to be evaluating him again, considering his words, weighing something internally. "You don't get to choose," she said at last. The way she said it hit harder than expected, and for a brief second, Rogers struggled to breathe. There was a certainty in her voice, a finality, that suggested this wasn't just about biology. It ran deeper. This situation had been in motion long before he set foot in the jungle. Her eyes glowed brighter. She shifted her weight slightly, tail swishing as she began to circle him with slow, deliberate steps. Rogers knew better than to turn away. He kept himself facing her, every muscle alert. She didn't lunge or lash out. Instead, she watched him closely, as if solving a puzzle, measuring his reactions, learning from his silence. The tension in the air was almost stifling. Adrenaline coursed through him, and he watched her every move, trying to anticipate what came next. But it was clear now. This wasn't some random encounter. She wasn't just an animal on instinct. She had made a decision, and that decision was him. The thought made his stomach tighten. He hadn't been caught by chance. He was the target, the one she wanted. His thoughts scrambled for a way out, but the truth was clear. There would be no easy escape. He had walked into this willingly, without realizing what he was stepping into. His knowledge of the terrain and survival skills had carried him through many challenges. But this was unlike any jungle he had encountered before. The rules here were unfamiliar, the creatures unlike anything he'd seen. As he faced Sheba, his thoughts shifted from simple survival to something far more personal. There was something profoundly disturbing about becoming the focus of another being's obsession. The idea of being trapped in a world ruled by rituals and customs he didn't understand sent a chill down his spine. Sheba's voice pulled him out of his thoughts, soft, almost suggestive. "You really think you can resist me?" she asked, amusement in her tone. "You believe you can walk away from this? From me?" Rogers clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of her words press down on him. This had become more than just a test of survival. It was now about dominance, control, and something deeper that he hadn't anticipated. The idea of surrendering to her, of being claimed in whatever strange ritual she had in mind, was out of the question. Yet, as much as he wanted to pull away, he couldn't ignore the growing pull within him. Something instinctive was beginning to stir, something beyond reason. The attraction, the tension, it was there, just under the surface, pushing against his better judgment. But Rogers refused to give in to it. He wasn't some mindless creature ready to surrender at the first sign of pressure. "You're not going to get what you want," he said, his voice steady. "I'm not some trophy for you to claim. I won't be part of whatever this is." Sheba's eyes lit up at his defiance, her lips curling into a sharp grin as she stepped closer. The tension between them was heavy now, almost physical. Rogers felt his pulse quicken, instincts warning him to flee. But she was too close. Running was no longer an option. "You think you can deny me?" she said softly, her voice smooth, almost taunting. "I've already marked you, Rogers. You belong to me." The words struck him like a blow. A shiver ran down his spine. Not out of fear, but from the realization of just how cornered he truly was. Not physically, but situationally. She had made her choice. He could resist all he wanted, but the odds were clearly not in his favor. This wasn't just about winning or losing. It was about what came next and how far he was willing to go to preserve his autonomy. As Sheba continued to circle him, her steps calculated and slow, Rogers felt the weight of the moment settle over him. Her amber gaze never left his face. He had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. And yet, something about her held him in place. There was a wildness in her, something untamed and powerful, that made it impossible to look away. Still, his survival instincts urged him to act. But instead of moving, he held his position, focused, alert, waiting for an opportunity to shift the balance. He had no clear sense of what she was thinking or planning. But one thing was obvious. She had him cornered in every sense. The air between them was tense, the surrounding forest silent except for the faint rustling of leaves and Sheba's steady breath. Rogers could see the strength in her, the way her body moved with precision and purpose. She was a product of this unforgiving world, shaped by its demands. He, by contrast, was a visitor, a man new to this alien wilderness. For a brief moment, doubt flickered in his mind. Could he truly stand against her? She had survived this place long before his arrival. But he wasn't one to give up easily. He had survived worse, adapted, endured, and pushed forward. This, however, was different. Sheba didn't follow the same rules. She didn't see him as an opponent or a stranger. To her, he was something else entirely. A mate, a possession, a prize. The idea unsettled him. But he wasn't going to let it control his actions. He wouldn't surrender, not without resistance. He had to regain the upper hand. His mind turned over possibilities, trying to find an escape, a way to reclaim control. He couldn't let emotion cloud his decisions. He needed clarity, composure, and a plan. Her words echoed again in his mind. "You belong to me now." He knew this was more than a physical confrontation. It was a test. She was waiting to see how far he'd bend, how much he could take before giving in. But Rogers wouldn't be a pawn in some strange jungle game. He had faced danger before. He had faced temptation, and he knew how to push back. As Sheba lingered near, the intensity between them sharpened. Rogers felt the tension building, not just from fear, but from something else. A strange draw, an attraction he didn't want to admit. Her scent, her strength, the way she commanded the space, it all affected him. But he refused to let it shift his focus. He had a mission that hadn't changed. He wasn't here to be someone's conquest. He had to stick to that purpose. Sheba narrowed her eyes, still moving around him with practiced intent. He could feel her watching, evaluating his every breath. She wasn't backing down, and he could sense she wouldn't let go without a fight. Her tail swept behind her, brushing past bushes and branches, flattening whatever it touched. Rogers couldn't help but wonder how much destruction she could cause if she decided to use her full strength. His mind raced, running through plans, escape routes, anything that might shift the odds. But the longer he stood there, the more he realized how few choices he had left. This wasn't just about physical strength. It was about mental endurance, about willpower. Sheba had made her decision. Now he had to make his. How far was he willing to go to protect his freedom? Sheba stopped moving, locking her eyes on him again. There was something new in her expression, something he couldn't quite place. Rogers took the chance to speak. His voice cut through the silence, calm and sure. "I'm not your possession," he said, clear and unwavering. "I don't belong to anyone, and I certainly don't belong to you." For a moment, everything went quiet. Rogers began to question if he'd said the wrong thing. But then Sheba responded, her voice a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate in the air. "You don't get to choose that," she said. "Not anymore. I've marked you. You're mine." There was a finality in her tone that allowed no room for debate. Roger's thoughts scrambled to make sense of what she meant. Marked. The word sounded like a claim, something binding and irreversible, as if she'd branded him as hers. His pulse quickened. This was more serious than he had realized. She wasn't just going to let him go. He had stepped into her domain, her world. And now he was entangled in her rules. "You really think I'm just going to accept that?" Rogers shot back, his voice defiant, though he didn't feel as confident as he sounded. He couldn't afford to show weakness. "Not now." But Sheba only smiled, a slow, predator's grin that sent a chill down his spine. "You don't have a choice," she replied calmly, her tone firm and commanding. "You've already made your decision. You crossed into my world, and now you belong to me." The impact of her words hit hard. Rogers had believed he could manage this, reason with her, perhaps even negotiate. But that illusion was fading fast. She wasn't negotiating. She was declaring ownership. Now, he had to find a way to survive. The idea of being bound to her by some alien custom chilled him. He didn't know what would be required to break free, but he knew he couldn't surrender. He couldn't allow her to control his fate. "I'm not your plaything," he said firmly. "You don't get to decide what happens to me." Sheba stepped closer, her towering figure casting a shadow over him. Her fangs caught the light, a silent warning. "You'll learn," she murmured, her voice soft yet threatening. "You'll learn what happens when someone crosses me." Rogers braced himself. His mind worked quickly, looking for a plan, an opening, any way to escape. But deep down, he knew this wouldn't be easy. She wasn't just a predator. She was a force to be reckoned with. If he wanted to survive, he would need to adapt to her rules, whether he liked it or not. The realization settled in slowly, like a cold weight pressing against his chest. This wasn't a physical struggle anymore. It was a mental one, a test of will. And though he hated to admit it, he had a long road ahead if he hoped to escape her control. The jungle felt like it was closing in, the air dense with unspoken tension. Sheba stood over him, her presence overpowering. This was her domain now. Rogers was just another piece in her game. But he wasn't someone who gave up easily. He couldn't afford to. The tension in the air was almost suffocating as Sheba's last words hung between them. Rogers held his ground, forcing himself to breathe steadily despite the adrenaline coursing through his body. Every instinct urged him to run, to get as far away as possible. But deep down he knew, if he moved, if he showed fear, she would strike. Sheba wasn't driven solely by instinct. She was strategic, deliberate. Her power wasn't just physical. It surrounded him, filled the space, pressed on his thoughts. He struggled to make sense of her claim, that he belonged to her. The very idea felt wrong. It clashed with everything he believed about freedom and autonomy. It felt like something primal was trying to override his better judgment. But Rogers refused to give in to that urge. He had to stay alert, in control, because once he lost that grip, there would be no coming back. He wasn't some lost soul waiting to be overtaken by an alien creature. He was an explorer, a survivor, and he would find a way out of this. "You think you can break me?" Rogers said, his tone calm, masking the unease building inside. Sheba's amber eyes flickered. Her mouth curved slightly, but there was no warmth in the expression. "I don't need to break you," she said, her voice like distant thunder. "You're already broken. You just haven't realized it yet." Rogers clenched his fists, resisting the urge to lash out. She was right about one thing. He was trapped. But he wasn't broken. Not yet. He wouldn't let her win. He wouldn't become part of this jungle ritual. Just another name lost to whatever force ruled this place. There was something deeper pulling at him, something he couldn't fully name, but he pushed it down. "I'm not your prize," Rogers said sharply. "I'm not some trophy for you to claim." For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker in her eyes, as if his words had hit a nerve. But then she smiled again, that same slow, threatening grin. "You don't get to decide that," she said, stepping closer. Her presence was immense. Rogers felt the briefest hesitation. She was strong, stronger than anything he had faced before. But he couldn't afford to back down now. "I'm not here to play games," Rogers continued, his voice rising. "If you think you can scare me into giving in, you're wrong." Sheba's tail flicked, breaking through the dense brush with a sharp snap. "You think this is about fear?" she asked, her voice teasing. "This is about desire, about need. And you, Rogers, you've been marked." There was something in her tone that made his blood run cold. He didn't fully grasp what being marked meant, but from the look in her eyes, it was clear it wasn't something he could undo. His instincts screamed that fighting would be useless, that escape was impossible. But something in him still resisted. Maybe it was pride, maybe just survival instinct, but it was there, and it kept him grounded. "You won't get what you want," Rogers said, his voice low but steady. "I'm not giving in. I'm not playing along." Sheba paused, her glowing eyes fixed on him. The jungle around them was silent except for the occasional crunch of leaves. She was watching him again, analyzing him, almost like she was measuring something unseen. "You don't have a choice, Rogers," Sheba said at last, her voice calm, almost purring with certainty. "You already belong to me. I've claimed you, and the more you resist, the harder it will become. I'm not letting you go." Now, Rogers felt a fresh wave of frustration rising within him. He had always taken pride in his independence, his adaptability, but this was something different. It was beyond his control. He had stepped into this jungle with no real understanding of what he was facing, and now he found himself trapped in a conflict he didn't fully grasp. Still, one thing remained clear. He wasn't about to give up easily. "You don't control me," he said, his voice low but firm, carrying a determination that cut through the tension. "Not now. Not ever." Sheba's grin widened, but it held none of the amusement from before. It was colder, more calculated. "You think you can defy me?" she asked, her tone almost mocking. "You can try, Rogers, but you're already in my world. You've been here from the moment you entered my forest. You can resist, but in the end, it won't change anything. You'll be mine." Her words sent a chill down his spine. But Rogers wouldn't let them shake him. He'd faced worse odds before, seemingly impossible challenges, and he'd always managed to survive. This situation wouldn't be any different. "We'll see about that," he replied, his tone unwavering. Sheba tilted her head slightly, narrowing her amber eyes as she took another slow step forward. "You don't believe me?" she asked, her voice quiet now, but no less threatening. "You think you can just walk away? Escape me? That's not how this works. Not with me." Rogers felt the pressure in his chest as her presence bore down on him. She was right about one thing. Walking away wouldn't be easy, but that didn't mean he would let her decide how things ended. The atmosphere grew tense as they faced off, both unmoving, locked in a silent test of will. In that moment, Rogers understood something more. Sheba wasn't just trying to dominate him physically. She was trying to break him mentally, pull him into her world, into her rules. And whether he liked it or not, a part of him felt that pull. Her presence was powerful, magnetic in a way that unsettled him. But he wasn't ready to surrender. "Not yet. I don't care what you think," Rogers said, his tone quiet but resolute. "I'm not yours. Not now. Not ever." Sheba didn't respond immediately. She simply watched him, her eyes locked on his. Her tail moved slowly behind her, steady and rhythmic. It felt like she was waiting for him to falter, to give in to whatever primal instinct she had stirred. But Rogers stayed firm. He wasn't going to become another one of her stories. He wouldn't let her decide his fate. This wasn't about brute strength. It was about who held control. And clearly, neither of them was willing to surrender it. Sheba had marked him, but Rogers wasn't prepared to accept that decision. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The jungle grew quieter, the silence thick with tension. Sheba's presence loomed over him like a heavy shadow, weighing on him more with each passing second. He tried to keep calm, to stay focused, but his thoughts were cluttered, his mind battling conflicting feelings. Her dominance was undeniable, but it wasn't just her strength that threw him off. It was how she expected him to submit without question. Each time he pushed back, every time he tried to assert his will, it only seemed to intensify her focus. His resistance, it seemed, only fueled her drive to break him. She had already laid claim to him, and the harder he resisted, the stronger her pull seemed to become, the more entangled he felt. This wasn't just a test of physical endurance. It was psychological, a game built around dominance, identity, and submission. And Rogers was starting to see how complex it truly was. Sheba wasn't seeking control just for its own sake. She was testing limits, pressing him to see how much he could handle. It was as if she wanted to reframe his entire understanding of power and what it meant to resist. But Rogers wasn't naive. He wasn't going to let her reshape who he was. He wasn't some helpless man hoping for rescue. He'd faced danger before, on strange planets, in harsh conditions, surrounded by hostile species. He had survived all of it. Letting Sheba take control, letting her choose his path, was unthinkable. He couldn't accept that. Not now. Not ever. Still, despite his resistance, he couldn't deny there was something about her that affected him. Whether it was her presence, her power, or her ability to read him so effortlessly, he wasn't sure. But it made him question how much control he really had. His body responded in ways he didn't fully understand. The longer he stayed near her, the more it became clear that his resistance wasn't as solid as he'd hoped. There was a part of him that couldn't ignore her, her strength, her confidence, her allure. But he couldn't give in to that. He wasn't some creature ruled by instinct. He wouldn't fall into a role in some ritual he didn't agree to, no matter how deeply rooted the impulse. He had a mind of his own, and he wasn't going to lose it to whatever power game Sheba was playing. "You're still resisting," Sheba's voice broke into his thoughts, quiet, measured, with a touch of amusement. "It's pointless, you know. The more you fight, the harder it'll be for you. You're mine, Rogers. There's no escaping that." Her words struck deeper than he expected. He had known this moment would come, that she'd eventually push for him to surrender. But hearing her say it outright, with such certainty, gave it a weight he hadn't felt before. This wasn't just about surviving. It was about autonomy, about holding onto his sense of self in a place that wanted to take it away. Rogers clenched his fists, steadying his breath, pushing back the rising doubt. He wasn't weak. He wasn't passive. "I'm not your possession," he said, his voice firmer now, edged with calm resolve. "I won't let you treat me like a prize to be claimed." She stepped closer, her towering frame casting a long shadow over him as she leaned in, her glowing amber eyes locked with his, radiating a heat and energy that pulsed with every subtle movement. Rogers could feel it, the raw, primal power she carried, but he didn't flinch. He couldn't afford to. To retreat now would mean losing himself. "You already belong to me," she said, her voice low and strangely intimate, though the weight of her words was anything but tender. "You've been marked, Rogers. You can't change that. You're mine now, whether you accept it or not." Rogers worked to keep his expression neutral, to hide what he was feeling. The idea that he had already been claimed, that she had marked him, sparked a surge of frustration. How could he possibly escape that? How could he find a way out when Sheba had no intention of letting go? When she was set on pulling him into her world, the reality struck him hard. And for a brief moment, he wondered if she was right. But he couldn't afford to dwell on that thought. He had to push it away. Giving in meant letting her win, and he wasn't ready to do that. His will was still his own, and no matter how strong Sheba was, or how much control the jungle seemed to grant her, he would not surrender. "I won't be your captive," he said, his voice calm but burning with resolve. "You can try all you like, but I won't submit. Not now. Not ever." Sheba didn't respond immediately. Her eyes scanned him with renewed focus, as if weighing the truth in his words. Her tail swept behind her, knocking over a nearby tree with casual force. Rogers forced himself not to react. She was a force of nature. But this wasn't just a physical struggle. He realized now, she wasn't merely trying to dominate him with strength. She was challenging his very identity, his independence. This was about more than survival. It was about who he was. She didn't reply right away. Instead, she studied him in silence. Her posture shifted slightly, suggesting she was thinking something through. Rogers met her gaze and held it. He understood. This was a test. To see if he could hold on to who he was. To see if he could withstand everything she was using to wear him down. They stood like that for a long, tense moment. Neither of them moved. Neither blinked. And then, Sheba's lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. Her expression changed. Less confrontational, more assured, almost predatory. "You're not ready to surrender," she said, her voice soft but tinged with quiet satisfaction. "But you will be. Soon enough. You'll come to see this for what it is. Inevitable. Eventually, you'll stop fighting. Because somewhere deep inside, you know I'm right." Roger's chest tightened. His heart beat faster as her words echoed in his mind. He couldn't ignore the flicker of doubt that stirred, just enough to unsettle him. What if she was right? What if he really was already too far in to escape? But he shoved the thought aside. He wouldn't let it take root. He wouldn't give her that ground. He wasn't going to let Sheba define him. This fight wasn't finished yet. And as she began to circle him again, Rogers braced himself for whatever came next. He wasn't going down without resistance. He wasn't giving in without a chance to fight. Rogers stood in the thick, stifling heat of the jungle, the humidity clinging to him like a second skin. Around him, Sheba's presence weighed heavily, her every move purposeful and precise. It was impossible not to feel the pressure, the sheer strength she carried. But underneath the physical challenge, there was something else. A deeper game was at play, one that had nothing to do with brute force. This was about dominance in a far more personal way, a test of mental endurance and identity. Rogers felt himself teetering on the edge, like he was slowly losing grip on his own sense of self. The more he pushed back, the more relentless Sheba became. And what she wanted wasn't just control of his body. It was something far more internal. Still, Rogers refused to give in. He wasn't helpless. He wasn't easily manipulated. He had his own mind, and he intended to keep it, even if his instincts were being pulled toward her. Even if his body responded to her presence in ways he couldn't fully control. He wasn't going to let her rewrite who he was. He steadied himself, determined to stay grounded, to keep his autonomy intact, no matter how much power Sheba seemed to wield. But the problem was, the longer he stayed near her, the harder it became to hold that line. This had become more than just survival. It was now a psychological struggle, a battle over who would control the narrative, him or her. Sheba's gaze never wavered. Her eyes locked on him with such intensity, it felt like she could see every thought as it formed. He couldn't escape her stare. Every move he made was met with a mirrored response. Every glance was returned. It felt like she was inside his head. But he couldn't afford to be intimidated. He couldn't let her win. "You really think you can keep this up?" Her voice was calm, but there was a sharper tone now. More serious, less playful. "It's pointless. I can feel it. You're slipping. You're weakening, Rogers. And you know it." The words hit harder than he expected, because there was some truth in them. He could feel it himself. The way his body reacted to her, the way his thoughts shifted between resisting and yielding. There was a draw to her, undeniable and primal. And for a moment, he wondered if all of this had been intentional on her part from the beginning. Sheba was strong. There was no denying it. And she was striking in a way that made her difficult to ignore. The longer he remained near her, the harder it became to block it all out. But Rogers wasn't one to give up. He'd been through worse, faced down impossible odds and survived. He wasn't going to let some alien force decide who he was. His jaw tightened as he exhaled slowly, steadying himself again. "I'm not your slave," he said, his tone firm, though doubts still tugged at his chest. "You can try all you want to break me, but it won't work." Sheba took another step forward, closing the gap between them. Rogers could feel the heat coming off her now. Her presence was overwhelming. Her breath was close. Her body loomed near. And though his voice had held strong, his pulse betrayed him, quickening under the pressure. "You already belong to me," she said quietly, her tone almost calm. But beneath the softness was certainty. Sheba spoke with a seductive tone, as if the battle was already won. "You can resist all you want, but you won't be able to stop it. I've marked you, Rogers. I've claimed you." Her words hung in the air, and for a brief moment, Rogers wasn't sure how to respond. He could feel the truth in her statement, not just in her words, but in the way his body reacted to her. Whatever this mark was, it had been placed, and no matter how hard he fought, it was clear he couldn't simply erase it. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was something deeper, something more inescapable. But he wasn't ready to give up. "I'm not some animal you can control," Rogers shot back, trying to steady his breathing, fighting the pull of desire that threatened to overwhelm him. "I'm not your pet." Sheba's smile grew slow and predatory, sending a chill down his spine. She stepped closer, her towering form looming over him. But she didn't make a move to touch him. Instead, she seemed to savor the tension between them. "You keep telling yourself that," she said, her voice soft but almost gentle now. "But deep down, you know that isn't true. You're already part of me. The more you fight, the deeper I'll claim you." Rogers couldn't deny the growing sense of helplessness creeping into his mind. She was right in one sense. His resistance was weakening, and he could feel the pull of her presence drawing him in, like gravity. He was fighting against something he couldn't fully understand, and the longer he stayed in her world, the harder it became to separate himself from her. But he refused to let her win. He wasn't going to let Sheba control him. Not without a fight. His heart pounded in his chest, his hands clenched at his sides, and he stepped back, creating some space between them. "I don't care what you think," he said, his voice low but firm. "You're not going to break me." For a brief moment, Sheba's expression shifted. Rogers noticed a flicker of something other than dominance in her eyes. Curiosity, maybe. It was softer than the unyielding force she projected, and for a split second, he wondered if there was more to her than the powerful, untamable being she appeared to be. But that moment passed quickly, and her expression hardened again. A cold smile returned to her lips. "You'll see," she said, her voice still calm, though it carried an unsettling certainty. "You'll see that you're already mine." Her words echoed in his mind as she turned and disappeared into the shadows of the jungle. Rogers stood frozen for a moment, the weight of what had just happened settling over him. He was trapped, but he wasn't going to give up. Not yet. He couldn't. His autonomy, his will. He wasn't about to let Sheba take that from him. No matter how powerful she was, no matter how deep the pull between them seemed to grow, he refused to lose control. Rogers felt the ground shift beneath him, the jungle around him becoming quieter as the tension of his encounter with Sheba hung in the air like a thick fog. She had left him standing there, her words still echoing in his mind, but he couldn't afford to dwell on them. He had always known that survival in these wild environments required constant adaptation, and this situation, though complicated, was no different. The challenge he faced wasn't just physical, it was psychological. He was caught between his instincts, the deep, primal pull Sheba's presence created in him, and his determination to resist her control. Every part of him wanted to fight, to push back, to escape, but the jungle itself seemed to conspire against him. Sheba was a force of nature, and whether he liked it or not, he was being drawn into her orbit. She wasn't just any predator. The deeper he ventured into her world, the more he realized that Sheba was far more than an animal driven by instinct. She was intelligent, capable of assessing situations and seeing through his defenses. This, more than anything, unsettled him. She wasn't simply playing a physical game. She was trying to break him mentally, to make him see the inevitability of their bond. Her words still weighed on him. As much as he tried to push them away, they lingered, making him question his own resolve. But despite everything, he knew he couldn't give in. Not yet. There had to be a way out. a way to take control of the situation before he was consumed by it. As hours passed and the night deepened, Rogers found himself alone in the jungle, surrounded by the quiet sounds of the forest. He wasn't sure where Sheba had gone, but he suspected she was watching him from the shadows, waiting for him to make his next move. He had to keep moving. Staying still would only give her the advantage. His mind raced as he considered his options. He wasn't used to being in this kind of situation, where every move seemed to be observed, analyzed, and judged by someone more powerful than he was. It wasn't just about escaping the jungle anymore. It was about holding on to his autonomy, his sense of self. The longer he stayed, the harder it became to keep that intact. His thoughts turned to the mission that had brought him here, the research he had come to do. But even as he thought about it, the weight of Sheba's presence still hung over him. It was clear that his mission was secondary now. His survival mattered most, and to survive, he needed to break free from the psychological trap Sheba had set for him. He wasn't sure how he was going to do that, but he knew he had to try. As the night deepened, Rogers made his way to a small clearing, the faintest slivers of moonlight filtering through the thick canopy above. The pressure of being watched never left him, but he couldn't let it stop him. He had to keep moving, keep pushing forward. There was no turning back now. His hand brushed the side of his pack, feeling the familiar weight of his tools and equipment. The blaster at his side was comforting, but he knew that using it would only escalate things. Sheba didn't fear weapons. She was far more dangerous than anything he had in his arsenal. What he needed now was a plan, something that would allow him to turn the tables. He couldn't take her on physically. She was too strong, too fast. But there was one way to fight back. Rogers knew he had to use his mind to his advantage. He had always relied on intellect to solve problems, and this situation was no different. He just needed to find a way to outsmart her and use Sheba's overconfidence against her. The sound of a twig snapping behind him caused him to freeze. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned toward the noise, expecting to see Sheba. But when he saw nothing, he relaxed slightly, though the hairs on the back of his neck remained raised. He wasn't sure if Sheba had been toying with him, waiting for him to make a mistake, or if she had truly left. Either way, he couldn't afford to waste time. He was still vulnerable, still in her territory, and he needed to think fast. It wasn't just about escaping anymore. It was about understanding Sheba. What did she want from him? Why had she chosen him in the first place? He didn't have all the answers yet, but finding them was his best chance at surviving. The longer he stayed, the more he realized that Sheba wasn't just trying to claim him physically. She was trying to draw him into her world, to make him see it as his own, to make him part of her. This wasn't just about attraction. It was something deeper, tied to the very essence of who she was. She wanted him to accept her world, to become part of it. The more he resisted, the more determined she became. It was a battle of wills, and right now, Sheba was winning. But Rogers refused to accept that. He wasn't going to lose himself in her world. He had come here with a purpose, and he intended to fulfill that purpose no matter what it took. But to do that, he had to stop thinking like prey, like someone merely trying to survive. He needed to think like a player, someone who could outsmart his opponent. The low, rumbling sound of Sheba's growl reached him again. It was close, but not too close. She was out there, watching, waiting for him to make his move. Rogers knew this was far from over. If anything, it was just the beginning. As he crouched low, moving through the dense underbrush, Rogers felt a growing sense of determination. This wasn't just about escaping anymore. It was about proving something to himself, that he could resist, that he could take control, that he could stand up to Sheba and come out on top. He had faced countless dangers in his life, but none that tested him so deeply, so personally. But he wasn't going to let it break him. Not now, not ever. As he moved deeper into the jungle, each step grew more confident. He knew he had to outlast her, outthink her. It was the only way to survive. The jungle was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. The air was thick with humidity, making every breath feel like a struggle. But Rogers didn't let it distract him. He had learned to ignore the discomforts of his surroundings long ago, focusing instead on his mission and the survival skills he had honed over years of exploring dangerous territories. But this was different. This wasn't just a physical challenge. This wasn't a strange beast or an alien planet to study. This was a battle of wills. His intellect against Sheba's raw power, his autonomy against the overwhelming force of the jungle and its primal rules. She had already marked him, and he knew she wouldn't stop until he accepted his place in her world. But Rogers wasn't ready to give up. He wasn't going to let her win, no matter how strong or cunning she was. The game was shifting, and he had to adapt. He had to think smarter and find the cracks in her dominance. It wasn't just about outlasting her physically. It was about finding the one mental weakness where she couldn't control him. That was his key to gaining an advantage. Sheba had been watching him, testing him. It was clear she had underestimated him. The idea that he was simply prey, to be captured and broken, was a mistake. He had no intention of submitting. He wasn't interested in becoming part of her world. He had his own, with his own purpose. No amount of pressure from her could change that. Yet, every time he told himself that something deeper, more instinctual, urged him to yield, to give in to the call of the jungle, to give in to the primal connection Sheba was offering. But Rogers pushed those thoughts aside. He couldn't afford to lose himself in this. Not now, not ever. His heart was racing, his muscles tense, but his mind was clear. He had a plan. It wasn't much, but it was a start. If Sheba was determined to force him into her world, maybe he could use that determination against her. It wasn't about running anymore. He couldn't outrun her physically. But if he could make her believe he was ready to accept his fate, if he could make her think he was about to break, then maybe, just maybe, he could gain the upper hand. The sound of Sheba's growl reached him again, deep and rumbling, and this time it was closer. She was watching him, waiting for him to make a move. Rogers knew she was probably confident by now, assuming he had been worn down by her persistence and had no choice but to give in. But Rogers wasn't so easy to read. He had lived through far worse situations and had faced enemies who underestimated him. He always came out on top, and he wasn't about to let Sheba be the exception. The night felt oppressive, with the shadows of the jungle pressing in around him, but Rogers felt the weight of Sheba's gaze. Even though he couldn't see her, he knew she was there, lurking, waiting for him to make a mistake. He scanned his surroundings, looking for anything he could use. The trees were different here, their thick trunks and vines offering a potential escape route. But that wasn't his goal. Escape wasn't the answer. What he needed was control. He needed to turn the tables. The growl grew louder. Sheba was close now, ready to make her move. But Rogers wasn't going to be her prize. Not this time. Slowly, he crouched down, his fingers brushing the ground. He could feel the vibrations in the earth. She was near, just on the other side of the clearing. Her presence was almost suffocating. Rogers took a deep breath, pushing everything else from his mind. He couldn't let fear or his growing attraction to her distract him. This wasn't about desire. It was about survival. He waited for the sound of her footsteps, for the moment when she would reveal herself, when she would get close enough for him to make his move. He could feel her closing in, but didn't react. He refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing his fear. He knew this would be his moment. It wasn't about overpowering her physically. It wasn't even about winning in the traditional sense. What mattered now was making Sheba believe he was willing to submit, making her think he had been defeated, and then turning the tables on her. He could feel her presence behind him, her breath warm on his neck. The faint rustle of her movements and the shifting of the underbrush beneath her weight made it clear she was close, very close. Rogers took another breath, and when Sheba made her final move, stepping into his line of sight, he acted. He moved faster than he expected, grabbing hold of a nearby vine and swinging to the side, narrowly avoiding her lunge. The flicker of shock in her eyes as she missed him didn't go unnoticed. But Rogers wasn't about to waste this opportunity. He pushed himself further into the jungle, knowing he didn't have much time before she recovered. He couldn't afford to stop or look back, because Sheba was already in pursuit, her growl turning into a frustrated roar as she chased after him. But Rogers wasn't running from her. He was leading her into his trap. The jungle was dense, its twisted branches and vines creating a maze he knew well. He had memorized the terrain, studied it for days before this moment. Now it was his greatest advantage. As Sheba pushed through the underbrush, Rogers used the thick foliage to stay a step ahead. He moved with precision, as if he had planned the entire escape. Sheba was close, too close, and he could feel the weight of her pursuit, the sense of inevitability she had tried to impose on him. But now the tables had turned. She was no longer the predator controlling the game. Rogers was. He pushed forward, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. He wasn't going to let this be his end. He wasn't going to let Sheba break him. This was his fight, and he would win. The chase had gone on longer than Rogers expected. The dense, labyrinthine jungle had been the perfect battleground for this contest of wits between him and Sheba. As the pursuit continued, he realized that Sheba's relentless drive wasn't just about overpowering him. It was deeper. She was testing him, pushing him to his breaking point, trying to see if he would bend. For a while, Rogers had been sure he would break. His body was exhausted, his mind weary, but still, he resisted. With each moment he spent outwitting Sheba, he could feel her power slowly shifting. It wasn't just physical strength that had driven her this far. It was her desire to claim him, not just as a mate, but as a companion. Someone who would accept her world as his own. She had underestimated him, thinking his resistance was only physical. But Rogers had come to realize that this was more than a fight for survival. It was a battle of wills, a test of their ability to trust and connect beyond the roles the jungle had forced upon them. He had been trying to escape her, trying to preserve his autonomy. But now, something inside him shifted. He understood that running away from her and resisting at every turn wouldn't lead to freedom. If he truly wanted to escape, he had to stop fighting her entirely. The jungle had become an extension of Sheba. Her strength pulsed through its veins, and for a moment, Rogers realized that perhaps, just perhaps, he didn't need to escape. He had spent so long trying to distance himself from her, trying to resist the magnetic pull of her presence. But now, he saw things differently. He wasn't prey. He wasn't her captive. He was her equal. And if he could accept that, if he could embrace the connection that had always been there, then maybe they both could find peace. As they reached a clearing, Sheba's pursuit slowed. Her massive form towered over him as she studied him, her eyes narrowing. He knew she was testing him, waiting for him to make his move, either to submit or reject her once more. The air between them was thick with tension, but Rogers didn't flinch this time. He didn't run. Instead, he stood tall, his body aching but his resolve stronger than ever. Sheba's gaze softened, and her tail stilled. Her fierce posture faltered ever so slightly. "You fought me every step of the way," she said, her voice low and almost vulnerable now. The power she had projected earlier softened, replaced by something else. Rogers took a deep breath, his chest tight, but his voice was clear. "Because I thought I had to. I thought I had to fight you to keep my independence, to keep my freedom. But I've been running from something from you. I've been fighting what's been in front of me this whole time." The words hung in the air between them. For a long moment, neither spoke. Sheba's eyes flickered with something unreadable, and then her posture completely relaxed. The tension in her massive form disappeared, and Rogers felt his heart begin to race in a way he hadn't expected. He had said it. He had admitted that the battle wasn't just against her. It was against himself, against his own fears, his own desire to remain in control. Now, standing before her, he realized that Sheba wasn't the enemy. She wasn't a force to resist. She was a partner, someone who had fought for him, sought him out not just for dominance, but for something deeper, something real. She stepped closer, and Rogers didn't back away. In fact, he moved toward her, closing the distance between them. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, and the connection that had been slowly building over time was now undeniable. Her eyes, once fierce and predatory, were soft, filled with something he couldn't quite name. But it was enough. It was everything he had been running from. But now, it was exactly what he needed. The jungle had been a battleground, a place where they tested each other's limits. But now, it felt like a sanctuary, a place where they could finally see each other for who they truly were. Sheba stopped in front of him, and for the first time, Rogers saw the uncertainty in her eyes, the vulnerability hidden beneath her powerful exterior. She wasn't just a beast, a force of nature. She was a creature who had fought to claim him, but also needed something more, something real, something he had been searching for as well. Rogers reached out his hand, brushing against her arm. The fur was soft under his touch, and the heat of her skin radiated against his own. "I'm not running anymore," he whispered. Sheba looked at him, her amber eyes locking onto his, and then, for the first time since their encounter began, she smiled. It wasn't the grin of a predator, but the smile of a partner. Someone who had finally found what they were looking for. "You're mine," she said, her voice low but not possessive. It wasn't a statement of ownership. It was a promise, a recognition that they had found each other in the chaos of the jungle. Rogers nodded, his hand still on her arm, feeling the strength in her as she stood before him. They had both been tested, pushed to their limits. But in the end, they had found something worth fighting for, something worth holding on to. Sheba reached out and cupped his face gently in her massive hand. He leaned into the touch, and for the first time, there was no fear, no hesitation, only quiet understanding between them. "I'm not running anymore," Rogers replied, his voice steady, a warmth spreading through him that he hadn't expected. The jungle around them seemed to fade into the background, the weight of the battle slipping away as they stood together in the clearing, in the heart of Sheba's world. They had found their way to each other, not through dominance or submission, but through mutual respect, trust, and the understanding that neither of them needed to fight anymore. Surrounded by the jungle that had both separated and united them, Rogers and Sheba knew they had found something worth more than survival. They had found each other, and as the jungle buzzed softly around them, they took the first steps toward a new beginning, together. No longer enemies, no longer strangers, but partners, lovers. And as Sheba's embrace enveloped him, Rogers knew that this was where he was meant to be.